Hello. It's been a while, huh? Kept you waiting, huh? Metal Gear. Hey, Rod, how's it going? Hope y'all are doing well. Yes, we're incorporating the Monday. This is going to be a thing from now on. This is a permanent addition to the assortment. I'm also thinking in general, just based on how I've felt the past couple of weeks, of just pushing the time back earlier because I have more energy at this time of day. I think when I initially started like the 5 p.m. my time stream start, it was mostly because I was waking up so late. But yeah, I think in general, I'm feeling like more of a daytime boy, so I might like to start a little bit earlier in the day and just have a bit more time to hang out with folks. I think it'd be really nice. There is absolutely a Discord! Exclamation Discord in the chat if you would like to join us over there. Come through. Folks are posting some very wild emojis right now in the chat. I love to see it. Love to see it. Let's see what we got here. I've got a lot of open tabs on my computer right now that I need to close. And it would probably also help if I opened Photo. No, not Photoshop. We're going Clip Studio. Pluta! Thank you. Very sweet message. Thank you for 4 months now. I'm excited to get back into the Clip Studio today. Continue on our Zelda adventure. I had a lot of fun last time. It was also a good easing back into just the world of Clip Studio. Let me go change up some of the settings here on my audio. $6.9K inspiration, nice. Everillo, 8 months. We love to see it. Does that mean you're going to turn into a cow bear next month? I think 9 months might be the cow bear badge. Very exciting. Now, because I didn't actually set up my stream today as much as I just launched right into it from a little Discord call we were doing, I don't actually know if Clip Studio is going to be displayed properly on the screen, but we'll find out together. I'm going to open up a new file. Actually, I'm going to open my old file, which was the Zelda that we did last time, and I'm going to rotate the canvas so that I can get an appropriate size. Because I've got a 16:9 image here. Okay, rotate canvas 90 degrees. And then immediately save it as a different thing. Save as. Always sad to be distracted by work and meetings, but very glad to have you here lurking nonetheless. I'll show you some of the stuff I've done in here. Let me switch on over to the work view. I want to get right into it. Oh good, it is working. Okay. So as you can see, I've just been like cleaning up, specifically right around where Link is here, a lot of these leaves. That's the thing about creating an illustration like this. It's just a lot of like pecking away at making these tiny little leaf renders. And it's not terribly difficult work or involved brain-wise. It's just a lot of like tapping over and over again, which is why I don't think it's especially fun for a stream. But when I was off stream, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna throw on a podcast and just get down with making some leaves. So like a lot of the stuff down like over here. Like in this area, I tightened all those up, and like all of sort of this stuff around here. Just some nice little leaves. And so I'm going to do that for the whole picture. I'm just going to like make nice tight leaf forms for the whole thing. Also, I changed the resolution. It is 1,000,000 times bigger than the one we did on stream. Not 1,000,000 times, but it is many thousands of pixels up and down. So perfect high resolution, absolutely perfect for print. So this is going to be one of the first prints that we do this summer, which is really exciting. I'll also probably change some of the background colors too, because with hindsight, you know, hindsight is 2020. So now that I've looked at the image for a while, I realize that there's some stuff I can make really pop. But I'm excited to get this series out and about. Or out and about, as Canadians say. Hey, Triforce, how's it going? I was just talking about some of my general plans for making prints and stuff this summer. Okay, so I'm going to rotate this again. Got to re-rotate. Because today we're going to be making a... Actually, I'm undecided. Should I do another vertical or should I do a horizontal? I'll leave that up to you, the audience, to decide. Can I do it? Oh, I can do a poll. What am I thinking? But yes, I've got a series of 3 prints coming through. I want to base it on kind of this specific link that I drew on the last stream. I'm going to start a new poll and... Okay, I'm putting up a poll right now for vertical or horizontal. Not to print this vertically or horizontally. What the orientation for our second illustration is going to be, because I have ideas for 3. 2 of them are vertical and 1 is horizontal. So depending on how the vote goes, I will see which one I'm going to do today, because I've already got like the plans for both. So it doesn't matter which one gets chosen. It's just a sort of preference on the audience's part. Looks like horizontal is currently winning. Is that only because I currently have it orientated horizontally? If you tie this one, then I guess I'll flip a coin. Because I will be doing both. I have great references already selected for both from the lovely walk that I took the other day when I was when I took the photo of this tree. And do mods get free weekly prints? I don't know if I can justify that cost. These are probably going to be pretty fancy. And of course you tied it. Yeah, good. Great. We love to see it. I don't know if I own a coin anymore. All of my currency is digital. Is there a... Oh, wait. I think Google has a built-in coin flip. I'm Googling coin flip. Okay, it's flipping. I'm going to call it in the air. Heads or tails, chat? I've got one for each. I've got one on heads, one on tails. All right, Teds it is. Okay, heads wins. I'm going to be doing the horizontal one. My agents of chaos in the chat. We love to see it. All right, I'm going to get this pulled down. Perfect. Yeah, seriously. Y'all coming out swinging. I'm going to destroy all of these things with a trash can. And then we're going to get started on a brand new composition. Now, I think on the last one, I had actually done the sketch before we started the stream. So this will be interesting. You get to see my sort of chicken scratch approach. If I go into my references folder, I'm going to pick a really nice one. I'll also be putting it in the... Actually, I should do that first. I'm going to go into the Eiffel Zone. Oh, I love the thumbnail that the stream bot selected, by the way. Very funny, because it's the horizontal view of this sketch. Okay, so I'm going to go into the art references section on the Discord. So if you're following the Discord, then you'll be able to see this reference pop up pretty soon. And I'm just going to grab the horizontal one that I really want to use for this image. There it is. Boop. Okay, so I've uploaded that to the art references section. I wanted to pick 3 really dynamic, different looking photographs from that walk. But still thematically the same, because it's from the same area. You know, it's over in the marsh. Lots of green and blue and, you know, bright sunny skies. I want these to feel very summertime. But now I will additionally open up that reference right here in Clip. And I'll just move this over to the references panel that I have on the side, because otherwise it clutters up my entire screen. It is a very, very beautiful area. Hey, Lou, how's it going? I'll give you a sneak preview also of the second piece that I have, which I'm actually thinking of maybe turning into a Minish Cap piece, just because of the angle of it. There's this old fallen tree that's like fallen. There's a log that's fallen right up against an old tree stump in the foreground. And I wanted to paint this kind of like, if you've seen Secret World of Arrietty, the Ghibli movie, there's some really cool shots, really low shots of like sort of ground level with different foliage and stuff on top. And so that's the kind of effect that I would really like to get. Also, I love the bright lighting in the background of this picture. I'm gonna grab a bright pink brush so that I can highlight some of these things, but like the pink, or the light back here is very striking, and I also like the scattering across here, and I love this foliage, all the dynamism of the light leaves against the dark underbrush, and then of course this sort of blown out area up here. It has really good sections to it, which is a thing I always look for in a composition, these kind of like waves of different sections. And I kind of wanted to draw a link like here on the log in the foreground, sort of looking off with the little Minish Cap on, going like, "Wah!" because I always love drawing the Minish Cap doing that. But just kind of looking off into the distance. It feels like a classic adventurer's composition, where the adventurer is in the foreground looking off to the unlimited possibilities in the horizon, but it's on a way more macro scale because obviously this is, you know, way more shrunk down. I'd probably also change the dynamics of the shot a little bit. I have a bad back, so I didn't crouch down to take this photo. I sort of took it from above. But I would probably do a lower angle if I did this for the next one. Or I should say when I do this, because this will be the next composition. This is the next tall poster that I'm going to be doing. How am I doing leaves? Very slowly. Just one guy at a time. Usually what I do, as you'll definitely see today when I'm painting the trees, but let me click on over to this. So I like picking a brush with kind of a square edge on it because it allows you to make more of a good leaf shape. Generally speaking, just sort of taking a dark color and then bringing in a light and more yellow color, sort of mixing that over on top. You know, things like this. And sort of my general approach. Rod, thank you so much for gifting that sub. I find that making the leaves is a little bit more difficult if you have a round brush, which is where I tended to get sort of caught up when I was first making leaves. You have to kind of work against the brush a lot more. Outside of that, it's just a lot of, like, the best advice truly is look at a bunch of leaves. Understand the way that they grow and understand their shapes. The way that they want to grow, usually up toward the light source. Then you can always go really, really bright to make like the highlights and things like that. Beautiful. So, without further ado, let's start sketching this big old horizontal piece. So I'm going to zoom way out, which is a thing I like to do when I'm doing a sketch like this, because it gives you the chance to not get caught up in the details. You never want to get lost in the sauce here. I'm going to go ahead and get a big brush. Big brush. Just some black. Maybe a bit thinner. Yeah, that's good. Just bold enough that we can see the contours and the shapes. Okay, so let's work on the most important thing to me in this composition, which is the levels, the islands. The areas of contrast in this picture are going to be between the spots of land and the spots of water. I've got the little island with the tree. This is the most important part to me of this composition. That right there. And everything else kind of revolves around this. So I've got this tinier island off in the distance. Sort of little shrubbery here. Am I interested in setting up a monthly stickers or art prints on Patreon? Maybe at some point. Right now it feels like it would be a little bit difficult for the initial cost of setting that up, unless there was like a huge groundswell of people that wanted it, but they would need to like invest ahead of time, which I find kind of difficult to figure out logistically, but if I can figure it out, I'd be down. So back here, we have to make sure that there's an area of light. So if you look at the reference image on the Discord, you'll notice that right here on the tree, so the sun is shining down from this direction, primarily. Which makes a lot of sense if you saw the previous illustration, because that tree that I drew last time lives way over here on this side of the lake. So this area of the tree is dark, dark, dark. That's where all the shadows live. And the shadows get cast down in this direction, which is very important to the composition. We need this area to be dark because this little area of water right here is light. This area right here is vital because it's super bright. It's all that cast light from above. Over on the far side of the water. And then that leads over to like where the lake is really sort of gentle and the wind isn't moving the water. You get a lot of reflections from this massive tree form here. And sort of trill of he's, hill of trees. and then sort of the rushes and the long grasses on the far side, which then lead into the background hills in the distance, which form a gentle slope, which is important. We don't want any flat plains in this image because I want to have a sense of movement and purpose and flow. Down here we have the reflections in the calm waters of the shadow area up above. I'm sort of planning out where the reflections go, as much as I am planning out, you know, the shadow and the light and all that kind of stuff. Down here. Lovely. Now over here on this island we have another big tree. And then that island goes up. And there's also a reflection of that tree in the water. In fact, there's reflections of all the sort of elements down here, including the tree on this island. I want to really impress upon sort of the water surface, how clear it is, how like mirror-like it is. But also, it's not a true mirror. Like, it's not one-to-one. Light gets distorted when looking at an angle on the water. So I never want it to be too much of just, like, drawing a thing and then flipping it and putting it down here. Instead, it's more of, like, an impressionistic image on the water surface. Hello, oranges. Welcome in. Digimon Digital Mondays. I like it. Mondays won't always be for digital art, but right now I'm really excited about working on these prints. I really want to get a collection of prints out into the world. So I haven't really had any new prints in many years. Yeah, the Digimon theme owns. It's incredibly good. Okay, so now I'm going to work on some of the values here, the relative values between the different planes. The tree against the sky. Sky's going to be pretty light in this one. And I want to push the values a little bit further than I did in the last painting, because there's a lot of stuff in the last one now that I'm going back and changing. So I'm going to take those lessons and see if I can't make a bit more of a change. Okay. We don't need the big arrow in the sky. I probably shouldn't be drawing on the background layer, but it's too late for that now. So from here, we can focus on doing some color stuff, sort of getting the beginning essences of the piece together. There's already some stuff I want to change in the composition. I want to move the island over. Now that I have all the other planes established, I can kind of get to that point where you're sort of unfocusing your eyes and looking at it. I want it over a little bit more symmetrically. Not too much further, but yeah, that's pretty good. One thing I definitely want to do before I change the size of this picture, because right now, what are we working with currently? I guess I don't really need to change it too much. We're currently working at 5,333 pixels by 3,000 pixels for the general size of this. I need to run downstairs really quick to check something, so I will be right back. Oh, also, I need to remember to set my stretch timer so we can all stretch as we work today. Incredibly important. Okay, I have set that. I will be right back. All right. Oh, wow, Redbird, we got back at the exact same time. That's fun. All right, let's hop right in and just throw some colors on this sketch. Once again, I like to do this at a distance. So I like to make the canvas smaller. I'm gonna lower the brush size. I'm not gonna turn on color mixing yet. I want to sort of lay down a base. Although we are in the predicament now of the fact that we've got our sketch drawn on our back layer, but we know what to do in this predicament. Just set the sketch to multiply and then create a new white layer underneath, and then we are good as gold. So I'm gonna fill just a basic blue sky color. Throw in a little bit of gradient for the sky. And then we'll put in some big floofy clouds. I shouldn't do this right on the sky layer. Go a little bit bigger. I'm going to turn on color mixing. I need to remember that I have tilt control on my brush, so I kind of have to keep my brush at a certain angle if I want to get realistic brush strokes for these clouds. Got all of this chill hop music memorized at this point. I'm excited about the prospect of figuring out how exactly to do those Discord hangouts, because I would love to put on some of my own music at some point. It's not that I dislike the chill hop, but I listen to it every single stream, and it'd be nice to switch it up a little bit. Just sort of splashing on some big fluffy clouds up here. Actually, there's a dark tree down here. I should probably have some clouds against that. The clouds are a really great excuse just to have a light form against a dark form. Okay. Now some distant trees. And generally, we're going to be having these reflections down in the water, so as I'm painting the trees in the background, I'm just pulling that color down into the water, and then I'll cut around it with the light watercolor after that. Lower the opacity of this sketch a bit so I can actually see what lies beneath. Hey, Spider Knife, how's it going? I want to keep this first layer, this first pass, really loose, like I would if I was doing some watercolor painting. Just very splashy, very impressionistic. What we want are the ideas, the forms. We don't want to get caught up in much else. So this color back here is now the fields on the far side of the water. Want to keep these background areas very light, very breezy, because we're going to be pushing those darker colors, those dark values, into our main area of focus, which is this big honking tree on this island right here. Want a hard edge for that. And I'm going to establish it in right now. We're not going to do any sort of detailing on it necessarily, but I want to just block in where the main branches are. And the dark areas, shadows that it casts and things like that. Build these shadows through so that I can build the light areas on top of those. And as I do these, I'm always remembering which way the light is coming. So the light's coming down like this. So I'm casting these shadows down in this direction. You can even emphasize that with the direction of your strokes when you're putting in the little sort of shadow foliage. I notice in a lot of like Studio Ghibli backgrounds, they do this very thing. Like a lot of the small shadow emphasis strokes, you can usually see little lines that kind of hash down in the direction of the shadow. Now with just a slightly lighter green color, I'm going in and marking out the foliage shapes, sort of the bigger blocks of where we actually want the leaves to go. Gary Chips, thank you so much for 2 months of Prime. I appreciate that. My day is going very well, thank you. Hope yours is going well as well. As usual, at the beginning of the week, I Find myself very antsy to get to streaming. I've really been enjoying incorporating these Mondays into the routine. Okay, we've got about 2 minutes till the next stand up and stretch, so I'm going to try to block in as much as I can here before we take that next well-earned stretch break. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be precise. And just like with my last one that I'm turning into a print, a lot of the fine detail stuff, that'll be done off stream because it's kind of boring to watch. But blocking in all of this stuff, you can just go pretty rough with it. I want a slightly lighter color because there's foliage in front of the tree. This is not part of the tree itself. It's actually a bit of brush in front of the tree. And I want to mark that in with a lighter color just to help it stand out against. A lot of this stuff will be much more apparent once we take the sketch layer away. A lot of it's really going to start popping. I am using Clip Studio Paint EX for this whole illustration here. My copy of Photoshop just decided to stop working out of nowhere. So I'm pretty much just working in Clip Studio now. Which is honestly fine by me. I've got most of what I need from Clip Studio. There's still a couple of things I still would like to do in Photoshop, but as soon as I find the ways to do them in Clip, I think I'll be okay. Hey, Pachi, how's it going? Okay, there goes the stand up. Stand up and stretch alarm has gone off, so let's go ahead and stretch. Oh, new job, huh? It's very fun. Okay, now to take a look at this without the sketch, so we get a much better view of actually what this thing looks like. And it also shows me where I need to do the fill-in work. Some spots it's hard to tell when you still have the sketch up because the sketch has, you know, all of those little hashes and things to show the value. So it can kind of trick your eye into thinking you've already gotten those areas with the color. Just need to get in here with a few quick color strokes, fill in those gaps. I'd also go back and cut in with the dark color, just to separate out some of those leaf forms and make them look a bit more natural. Now I'm taking probably what will be the darkest color in the composition, and I'm just pushing that through down into some of the shadows here. Helping fill out the shape, make it feel a bit more full without just covering it in the same color of leaves. It's good to have a couple of colors in the shadows just to push the dynamism, make it feel a bit more real. Like a big full tree. Okay. Now over here we have another island in the background, but we don't want to use the same values as we used on the main island. Like the background island should have similar but slightly lighter values and slightly bluer tone. So even for the darkest shadow that we're going to put in there, I want it to exist in a very light space. And I can even push this out with a big brush. To just kind of group all those leaves together. And then just splash those same colors down into the water. Kind of willy-nilly. We'll do some layer work later on to change those and adapt them to make them feel more like they're a part of the reflective surface of the water. It's mostly going to be the same sort of things that we would do if we were working traditionally on a surface like that, specifically with like a poster color, where you would splash it down, and while it's still wet, you would use that big hake brush to sort of smush it back and forth and blur it out side to side, and it makes it look like it's part of a sort of reflective surface. And I'm going to do the same thing down here. I'm just using the sort of darkest colors and then pushing in some of the other greens that I have here. Sampling and resampling. Slice and dice around those colors. So now I'm going in with a soft brush with color mixing turned back on and sort of smoothing out some of these surfaces back here. The thing I learned about Clip is when you have options like this with the sort of like paint or the realistic paint, it takes a lot more tapping and a lot less pressing. I'm very used in Photoshop to pressing down just to get different brush effects because I have most things set to pen pressure in like my jitters and stuff like that. But Clip Studio has a lot of little tools built in that are separate from those functions. They're things that just kind of mix the paint on the canvas as you go, more like realistic paint. So these are the tall grasses on the far side of the water. I'm just sort of adding the shadow that's cast down by that bright sun. And remembering the direction that the sun is coming from, which is this way, making those shadows harsher on this side. Okay, let's put some watercolor in. Not to be confused with watercolor. Generally speaking, I like it to be a little bit darker than the sky, just for effect. We can, of course, adjust that as we go. I'm going to put it on a new layer, and that layer is going to be above the background layer, but below the island layer. Now let's go in with a fairly big brush. Get a little bit more saturation on there. Okay, we should put in, definitely at this point, some ground on the islands. It's sort of the one main component that's missing, and it looks really weird without it. So I'm going to go onto the foreground tree layer. Turn off color mixing for this initial portion here. Yes. Okay, now turn color mixing back on. And slowly start working my way through. Thank you. I think it's definitely coming together. I'm very excited. It's good in general just to not go too long without dipping back into digital. I like to stay kind of refreshed on all the techniques. Good luck, Mads. One thing I really love is making that kind of glassy surface on the water. I think we're really going to see that, especially once I start sort of pushing and pulling some of the surface here. Hello, hello. Thank you. It's going very well so far. Making some good progress here. Let's push some of these shapes back up so I can keep that perspective nice and flat, more or less. I want to have kind of like a head-on view here. One of the main things I need to do at this point is just start knocking out all of that, any light areas. You see where kind of the light is shining through this back here. You can kind of see it poking through in some of the stuff in front, and it shouldn't be. This bush here is very dense, which is in front of a tree, which is also very dense. So I'm just going to kind of knock away all these little dots, and that'll help fill out the shape a little bit more. It's stretch time. Let's do a stretch. Now, one thing I'm definitely noticing between the composition and the piece that I currently have going is that the tree shape it's not quite wide enough. So I'm just going to work on expanding out the underlying shape, silhouette. I'm going to do that with some pretty broad strokes. So I'll use my underlying silhouette color. And again, looking for little gaps here just to fill up. We don't want to fill up every single little gap inside the composition or inside the silhouette. Because if you do, then it won't look like a tree, you know, light shines through trees. There's plenty of little spaces for the light to get through, but there shouldn't, if there's too many, it's gonna look like, you know, a tree that's sort of on its way out, which this one definitely is not. It's very full. Now, presumably, this is a fingertip tool. Okay. I see. But I need a way to turn off. There we go. The minimum value, so I can just make it maximum. Turn down color stretch a little bit. So now I'm going through and I'm using that finger tool to blur in the background. And this is more or less how you would do it if you were working with like poster color paint. We just go back there into the background. And you would, except you'd be using a large hake brush, which is a very big flat brush that some of you may have seen me use before. But first thing you do is you go side to side, and then the second thing you do is you go up and down. And you never want to just do one. It's really fun. If you've ever watched Bob Ross paint, he does a very similar thing when he paints water, which is, I find it very, very fun that a lot of the traditional background artists from Japan that I follow use a very similar technique to Bob Ross, which is that side to side and then up and down to smooth it out. And if you're working with like traditional oil paint, it's really fascinating how it does look like it actually blurs the background. It's like using an actual blur tool. But the really cool thing happens once you start putting fine details on top of the blurred surface. If I go back up here and I make a new layer for this, you start adding just like little specular highlights to the surface of the water. Go down to like a 3 or something here. And you just start putting like little sort of fine, sort of sparkling light catch details here over top of the blurred surface. Then all of a sudden you have sort of realistic looking reflections. I'm not going to put this many actually in the picture, but just as a sort of reference for how it works later on. Also, I got to place them a little more strategically, but it's very cool. It's a very fun effect. I'm going to go back in and start painting the island a bit more in some more detail. Back to a big brush with color mixing here, because when I was painting on this surface, or when I was like blurring it, I blurred the bottom of the island surface, and I don't want that to be blurry. I actually want that to be properly colored in. Okay, so I'm zooming out now just to get an overall sense of the composition again. Yeah, for the most part, I just use whatever's default in whatever program I'm working in. A lot of the brushes that I've imported into Clip Studio are just my default Photoshop brushes, because that's what I was used to using. So I have like the default round and the dry media brush, which is almost exclusively what I use for backgrounds. Hey, Reverend Papa John, thank you so much for 2 months. where's our stretch at? 5 minutes. Perfect. So now's the point in the composition where I try to decide if the colors are where I want them, if the values are where I want them. I'm still not sure about where I put in the clouds. Don't know if I'm feeling it. And I might try something different with this distant landmass back here. I really like the island, though. The island's good. Let's see what a slightly different color comp would look like for these distant mountains. So I'll just make a new layer on top and very quickly lay in. Because just a few simple changes like this can completely change the way that the background feels. So I have several reference pictures for this. I've got the one that is just a photograph that I took. And if you're in the Discord, !Discord to join our Discord, by the way, you can go to the art references folder in there, and I put up the photograph that I took. And then I've got a bunch of color references from many, many different sources. But I've got some really good, like, Studio Ghibli ones. I've got some good, just like stuff from animation in general, but also some real-life references of lighting. Something that really pushes kind of like hyper-realism. Now, doing it this way has less sort of textural impact. But then I can layer additional trees in front. This. Turn that opacity way back up. And this gives me more opportunity to be more dynamic with the stuff that's in between the distant mountains and the subject. I can put in the different kinds of trees that actually appear in the reference image instead of blocking them in more like a singular mass. I'm gonna add more paint to the brush. Something I really love about Clip is being able to put additional paint on the brush. If I do it this way, then I can put like a big tree back here like this. gives me a bit more interest and a bit more play in the background, which is really nice. And also additional chances to set up the lighting for the whole scene, which is that strong light coming in from up here. Okay, it is time for another stretch. I'm going to reset the timer and do a quick stretch. Stretch complete. Now, one thing that I'm kind of thinking about compositionally is I don't have any foreground elements in this picture. I have a midground and I have kind of like a mid-foreground in this island. That's where the action's going to be taking place. But I don't really have a foreground, so I was thinking for the foreground maybe something here. Like a bush or something like that. I'm kind of surprised that the photograph I took didn't actually have... I think I was just holding the camera up really high and zooming into that island. Because I was standing... Like, there was grass between me and the island. I wasn't, like, standing in the water. So I think I'll add some of that back into the composition. I would say plein air mixed with anime style is pretty darn close in terms of the inspiration and the methods that I'm using. I'm going to push some of these shadows a bit more in the background. I'm also going to change the way that the sky is lit with this new sort of comp for the mountains. I'm going to go back to the top layer. And push the size pretty big. Ooh. It's extremely big. Because you see, if I lit the sky against that mountain, it looks really dynamic. But I don't want to, light the whole sky, bright white. So instead, I'm going to bring some of those colors down. And I might just take out the clouds altogether. I'm still undecided. But I think it would still look really good if I had perhaps let me just dot this in. The fun part of making a painting is nothing is set in stone and you can always change stuff as you go. But I was thinking like a foreground element like this. I had like a tree limb. Turn the shape dynamic back on. With leaves, things of that nature, and then maybe some grasses down here. That kind of thing. I don't even necessarily need something up in the top corner, but these ideas can also change because we're going to be putting in characters. I'm going to have, Link and a couple of other characters in that island mid-ground. So that's going to change the composition as well. When I put in those characters, they will create value in the composition of the piece. So I need to sort of keep that in mind as I go. I do like the idea of the grass down here, though. It looks good to me, so I'm going to sort of keep that idea as I continue through. I'm just going to sort of leave that layer here as I play around now with the sky. So I'm going to go back to the sky layer and erase these clouds. Let's get a big eraser. Be gone, clouds. I can't really just delete that layer because it has some good background, like far background painting on it. We'll just leave it like that, and then we can go back to the background. Get this kind of thing going here. Very bold color change. Also allows us to see the areas where I missed with the eraser. I don't mind having a couple of clouds in there. I'm going to go back in and enhance that a little bit here. Back to the gradient tool and just get kind of a bold selection. Oh, need it to be a bit bigger than that. Would help if I actually picked a light color and not just the exact same one I was using. Like this. Like it's late in the summer day and the clouds on the horizon are being sort of burned away by that hot sun, which is definitely how it felt on that day when I was out there. It was so hot. And yet somehow not as hot as it is today. Today they issued a warning saying like, please don't go outside. It's very, very, very hot and dangerous. Which is part of the reason why I started the stream early. I'm just sort of stuck inside with nothing else to do. I'm adding just a bit of backing color to this area over here because most of this mountain of trees is transparent, so a lot of the color was leaking away. I'm just adding back some of that opacity. Help it stand out again. And if I want to really go ham, which, you know, I sometimes do, I can increase the size of these elements in the background. There's a thing you can do when you have a long lens where you can change the focal distance to sort of squish the plane that you're looking at. Something that I always really enjoyed about analog photography is bringing those background elements. It always looks really cool when you do that with like the sun or the moon, and it makes it look gigantic against the subject. But I like the idea of enhancing some of these features, bringing them more forward. I can go for kind of a different color composition as well here. Flatten it down a bit. And then make the parts on top really pop out. Now have to add quite a bit of paint. Dang, Lion, you just gifted your 100th gift sub to the community. Thank you. And congratulations to the recipient. Enjoy your bears. When that day comes, I will buy you a pizza party. Okay. So I'll go back up to this top layer and introduce some of those foreground elements we talked about before. Which is mostly just going to be grasses. Nothing better over a smooth surface than some sharp shapes. Sort of helps everything fall into relief. Down here, we're just trying to fill up this space with color, just so there isn't like that the watercolor shining through. Okay, so we have all those small shapes down there. Kind of the deepest greens. And then as it goes up, we're going to go into lighter greens and highlights, especially over the darker areas like right here, where we have the dark reflection in the water. That's where I want a lot of the highlights to be. Have a good work, Lion. Oh, is it already time to stretch again? 25-minute chunks go by really quick. I guess we have been going for over 2 hours. Still going strong, though. We'll be putting the characters in a second. Let's take a quick stretch. Okay. Okay, I want to kind of merge a couple of these spots here just so it doesn't look too me. Lower this down as well. Now I'm going to take this part away. So that I can have it be more sparing. I like that composition because primarily I want the character. In my mind, they're kind of like here-ish. And maybe over here. Because I was kind of picturing it like there was characters playing with Link's sword and shield. Like he stepped away to deal with that bird in the previous illustration. And then some critters got hold of his sword and shield, so they're like playing with it over here. And then Link is on this side. And I like the composition for this specifically because if you remember in the last one, the Link that we chose has very bright primary colors, and they would set off tremendously against the dark area of the tree. And so since we have a nice, really dark, rich area in those values there, I thought that would be pretty good. Okay. Let's switch over to my drawing pencil, which is just a hard round brush, regular. Got a moderately large size here. I'm going to put everything that we've done so far into a folder so that I can change the opacity on the fly while I'm working on the characters on top. I'll create a new layer. I'll lower the opacity of the background that we've done. And just like last time, once I put in the characters, I'll have an easier time determining where to go from there with the rest of the details in the background. So now I need to decide what I would like to do for the background characters. I'm going to dip into my reference folder, as I am wont to do. I've got lots of good link reference, but I don't have a lot of, like, creature reference. Oh, I just thought of a really, really good, cute idea. Oh, Abby, you're just in time. Hey, Abby. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Get comfy. You're just in time. We're going to start drawing some characters here on this background we've been developing for the last couple hours. So I've got my link reference, and now I'm going to get my other reference. Gonna have to Google this one though. To the Google. Abby, how was your stream? What were y'all doing today? Ah, the 100 bibis. You know, I thought that there would be way more easy to find references online for this particular thing. Oh, I guess I had to use a specific keyword. Perfect. There we go. We are in the money. Open image in new tab. All right, this is going to be really fun. It might take me a bit to get the likeness correct, but I'm really excited for this idea. I know, right? It's been 2 hours, but it does not feel like that. I started early today, so I'm still like kind of behind the time when I would normally think about wrapping up. But we're going to go until we're done. We're going to go for it today. All right, a little bit bigger on the brush. Yeah, that's good. So we're just going to sketch out some rough forms. I know that I want Link over here. How spindly did I make his legs in the last one? I'm gonna open up the previous version. Here it is. Okay, they weren't too spindly. I can't believe I have to use a picture that I literally drew 2 days ago, because I can't remember. But that's the thing, like I said in that stream, I draw Link a little differently every single time. He's got his hat back. I'll put his little hat on. I always like drawing Link with a really, really long stocking cap, even though I don't know if any depictions of him actually make his hat that big. I just think it looks really cute with these proportions. I like to draw him really gangly and with a big, big, big hat. He's kind of pushing the leaves aside. He might actually have his leg up a little bit higher. Kind of peering around the tree. I can never remember if the Master Sword, the handle things point upwards or do they point backwards? I feel like I get it wrong half the time I do it. I'll make sure to look it up before I actually commit to inking this one. I am stretching. Well, I'm not stretching right now, but the stretch timer is in full effect. We've done many stretches today. I'm feeling more powerful than ever. Hello, Mac Monkey Art. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm doing very well. How are you? I don't know if I'm going to keep this Octo Rock out here just kind of messing around. So here's our scene. Link returns from getting his hat back from that pesky bird to find Princess Zelda doing a little bit of sword and shield practice. Okay, so let's look at the overall composition here. It feels very nice. I'll put the opacity back up all the way, just so we can sort of reacquaint ourselves with the overall scene. But I like this. I like this comp. I think this is really cute. So now I'm going to drop out the background entirely, lower the opacity of the characters, and go ahead and start inking these. Wait, I need to actually push the hair. There we go. Just like before, I want really, really big blocks of color on these characters. I like them to look extremely chunked out. It's very helpful against these backgrounds that can have a lot of, you know, tiny little intricacies. It's good to have a big chunky background, or a big chunky character rather, to kind of block against that. Otherwise they can get lost really easy and it becomes a very busy picture. Yeah, the less sort of little fiddly bits that the characters have on a really complex background, the more easily you can instantly sort of suss out what they're doing. It definitely all depends on the composition and value, though. Now what's really nice is we have all of our colors already selected and figured out from the last illustration that we did. So I don't have to really think too much about those. I'll have to figure out new ones for Zelda, of course, but should not be too hard. Starting to get to that part of the illustration where Clip Studio's like struggling a bit because I'm recording this whole thing using the time-lapse feature. Time once again to stand up and take a stretch. Go. And one example of the color blocks that I'm kind of programming into the way that I draw Link is his sleeves. They're gigantic. They're way bigger than they would ever be normally. And I like that as a color blocking because the color that I'm using is akin to what's used in the original instruction booklet, which is he has brown sleeves, brown collar against his green tunic. And so that makes a really, really bright color contrast. And if I do that in the shadows where he's currently hanging out, it's going to be very bold and very bright. So he's kind of looking over bemused, like, oh, hey, it's Zelda. Okay, so Zelda's got kind of like a fancy-dancy crown thing. As I go, I'm trying to simplify a lot of the shape language. It's not about sticking 100% to the original as much as it is trying to use design elements to integrate it into my style. And that's pretty key, because otherwise a lot of stuff would just clash against each other. Wondering if maybe I should make her hair flipping up in the breeze. Something like that. Because then I could ripple that down into, like, her cape. So things that, generally speaking, will work within a microcosm, but then when you expand them out, it might not look so good. So I'm just sort of experimenting here. And then I'll pull back to the full image, get a sense of the composition then, and readjust. Okay, so she has like little pauldron things. And then sleeves. Okay, time to look up what the Master Sword actually looks like. Well, they are pointing forward. Good job, me. Kind of like weird little bat wings. Ooh, I just got shipping confirmation on my Copic marker refills. Very excited about that. Should be arriving in a few days. And when they do, I'm going to have access to so many more colors. Which rocks. I need to make this not so huge. Try smallifying these. Let me see if this is more or less looking straight here. Doesn't need to be perfect. I can always fix it in post later. That's pretty good. Okay, now the crown details, and then we can start coloring these characters in. I think they're both going to pop really well against this background. She's got little diamonds on her tiara. There we go. Okay, let's color in Goobertron first here. So I'm just going to dip directly from the previous illustration. Now, I'll probably have to readjust some of these color choices after I put the background back on. Because, you know, there's actual shadows being cast by the background itself. I'll keep that in mind after I do that, and then I'll just readjust some of the shadows that I'm putting down. For the most part here, I'm just flatting it in the same way that I would irregardless of lighting. Just getting all the local color in. I'm just really excited to see these bright colors against that background. Oh, thank you, Pluto Star, for gifting that sub. Oh, well, thanks for gifting another sub. Appreciate that. Let's get that background back on here. Very nice. Suddenly it feels way more alive. And we can start putting the shadows on. So I'm doing a little bit of light scattering through leaves style shading right now, in addition to the normal shadows that come down on a hot summer's day. So I'm just generally keeping the shadow directions in mind, and then adding just little bits of kind of in between the leaves light. I'd say we've still got a fair bit to go before we're done here today. We definitely want to go until it's, you know, at a postable stage, I guess I'll say. Because I'll still do some tweaking to it after a stream, just to get it fancy enough for a print version. But I at least want to get Princess colored in and a couple of other adjustments. Stretch time. Now I don't have to worry as much about all these shadows and stuff for Zelda. She's standing out in the light. Gonna unlock those pixels. wonder if I should make her expression even funnier. That expression's just ridiculous. How I Draw Zelda has a real SNES sprite feel to it. Good. I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you. It's exactly the vibe I'm trying to go for. It's really fun trying to adapt stuff from that era, especially adapting straight from the sprites and like not even looking at the official art, is because there's so much left up to the imagination in that old SNES sprite art. Now I could do a few like strokes like that to kind of denote the movement of the Master Sword. Could also go off like this. This is kind of like a she's swinging it around sort of thing. Now the way the Master Sword is built kind of has a shadow in the middle. in the classic blue hilt, which I guess is more of an Ocarina of Time thing, adding blue to the hilt. But it just looks nice, so I'm going to add it here. Okay, now she's going to be behind a lot of the foliage that's on the island here. She's kind of like around the bend of the tree. So we're going to put some of like the tree leaves in front of her, as well as this sort of ground stuff. I'm going to make a new layer on top. Oh, we're going to take a stretch first. Going extra long today. Zoom back in here. Now I want to add some just little bits and bobs here and there. Going back and forth with the colors that we already have selected as kind of our guide. Because, you know, they were already put down there for a reason. So we can just go back and forth with the color picker and just use what we've already got. And this is kind of the method that I use when I'm, like, fleshing things out, drilling down the detail after the initial drawing is done. It's what I've been doing on the previous drawing that we did last stream, and it's just taking the colors that are already there and then fine-tuning them, making smaller shapes so that even when zoomed really far in, it still kind of holds its presentation. And it's all about value and relative value here. So I have kind of a dark middle value in the water back there. So in front of that, I'm putting much darker colors than I am on the sand, where I can put sort of a lighter green. And I'll be kind of moving that throughout the entire piece during the cleanup, but just for our initial pass here, mostly just going to be doing bigger shapes. But I might as well go pretty detailed here in front of Zelda, just because I've already got a reference for, you know, where she is in sort of the scale composition of the piece. It's pretty easy for me to determine, like, where to put these shapes. It's also getting to the point now where it's starting to take longer and longer to save. Even though we do have this saved out as a PSB, which is a large format, a large Photoshop format, which I tend to go into by default whenever I'm working on something that I know is going to be like a huge poster. Better to just go in with that knowledge and not get caught off guard later on. After a certain size point, at least in Photoshop, they won't let you save as anything but large format. Now I'm also going to put some stuff behind Zelda. Okay, and now we'll add in that Octorok. I don't know if I'm going to keep it, but I feel like it would be cute just to have back there kind of looking out like, what's going on over there? We'll find the line art layer again. I don't even remember if this is what Octoroks look like. I kind of just drew a generic anime octopus. The Octoroks have like little face masks in some of the versions. Let's see. Okay, it's got like a big sort of bubble head. I draw the mouth like this, and the eyes are here. Okay, now clearly that background layer with the foreground elements needs to be moved on top of everything. Okay, and now we can do that same thing, the principle of the thing that I just did for the Octorok, where I just, put a white line beneath it, and then suddenly, bam, it looks like it's in the water. We can apply that principle to the islands as well. If I go back down into the background layer and add a new layer down there just for this element. I'll use a slightly softer brush. I'm going to go back to my soft oil pastel and keep the color mixing on as well. I don't want it to be that big. How big's it? Beautiful. But you can see how now adding in those little bits of like waves, it really adds a crystalline element to the water. And it doesn't have to be particularly strong, just enough to differentiate between the land and the water. And then you can build them around in other spots. It's easy to overdo these, so I try to be pretty sparing and always sort of take a step back and look when I've added them in. Of course, I don't want it to go over our foreground elements, so kind of dot in as we go across here. I'll be putting in many more leaves on that tree post-stream, so I'm not going to worry too much about going over some of those. And it doesn't always need a full, complete line. You can just kind of dot in some. The light will hit different areas differently. In fact, I don't really want one here, just because it kind of creates a weird tangent effect with the sword. Too many white lines together in one place. But I'll add in some more little bloops and bleeps here. and then embellishing some of the lines that you've already put on the coast by just dotting on top can help create sort of the effect of sparkling light kind of dancing on the surface. A great tip I learned when doing this in physical paint, when you're trying to make little sparkles on the water, is to make sure your surface is still wet, like the water layer that you've already painted is still wet, and then do like tapping. Tap the brush loaded up with some white, not too much, but just enough that the dots hit the page, and then when they do, they'll kind of diffuse and make sort of dots that look like they're glowing. And you can use different levels of the wetness of the surface of your painting to add different versions of that effect. So either little glowing dots that are fully diffuse and sort of misty and mysterious, or if you wait longer and the drier that the paint gets, the more opaque and the more solid and sharp-edged they'll look. Feels like, can't tell if Link looks too big. If he stood up straight, because I always picture him and Zelda being the same height. I don't know if they would be. I want him like a fraction smaller. I'm going to see if I can do that easily in this program. If I grab both of these layers and then lasso tool, can I resize them easily? Let's see. Yes, I can. Good. Okay. Yeah, I just want them to be a little bit smaller. That looks better. Now I'm going to enhance the shadows, because of course Link would cast a shadow, being where he is. Let's go down here onto this layer. And we will adjust all of my paint parameters. Grab some of the shadow color. Start with the medium shadow and then we'll go down from there. And now Clip Studio is getting very, very testy. It's starting to hitch up a lot because we're doing a time lapse of this entire thing. I've got the whole recording going on right now, so it's not loving it. My computer's starting to frown, but we're almost done with what we're going to do today. And then I'll probably wait a while before I do the third in the series on stream, just because I want to do, I'm doing gouache on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, and Copic on Thursday, so we'll have a nice break before we get to the third and final in this series. Okay, now I'm looking at this. How do I feel about this? Getting another stretch alarm, but we're almost done for the day. I'm going to stop after I do this one last thing, which is basically trying to determine whether or not I want an element up here in the top corner. Like, do I want a tree branch kind of going in front? Something directly across like this. I think that might look pretty good. Hard to tell. I could have a tree branch like that. I could also have just a really big brush. I could put in just like leaf masses. Like we're looking through the trees on kind of a candid moment. Like nothing too extreme, but just like something like this maybe. Okay, now I'm going to erase some of this space in here just to make negative room. It's good for it not to be completely everything here. Did we make it to 4 hours today? How long have we been going? Oh, we've almost been going for 4 hours. Boy, howdy. I used to be more hesitant to add things like this to a composition because I would get really precious about the sort of main subject area and be too afraid to obstruct it in any way. But the reality of it is, it would just be a bunch of blank space otherwise. I think it's better to have some sort of thing framing it in. My back is grand. I've been stretching every 25 minutes on the dot, which is good. I'm glad that I'm sticking to it. Sometimes I have trouble sticking to things like that. But thankfully I've been doing this and have been definitely gaining from it in a big way. I can actually sit here and do a 4-hour stream and I feel great, which is nice. I'm tired of my old bones feeling bad. Hey CL, good morning. Alright, that's almost going to do it. However, I need to add a couple of more things into the background layer, because you'll notice that I have those reflections in the water for the trees and stuff, but I don't have reflections for the characters. So I just need to like blip blab blob a couple of colors down here to represent my little friends. I need to put it above this layer. I'll make a new layer for this. And I'll use my painting brush because they don't necessarily need to be sharp images. I'm going to turn color mixing on, make the brushes relatively big. So I got a little Link and a little Zelda. And then also our little Octorok friend over here. And then I can go back to my little fingertip brush. And do the little wiggle. And then also up and down. And now they're part of the reflections. Now we can also change the opacity of this layer so that they don't show up as strongly, because it can hurt the composition a little bit. If they're too strong, it'll be distracting. And also we want some of that water like tone shining through. And there it is. Just a nice little image. Now there's some stuff I'll probably change around when I eventually make it into a print. I'm thinking of redoing a couple of the background elements again. I might tweak the sky a bit more. I'm still not completely happy with it. But for the most part, I really dig what we've got here. Very, very much. I'm going to make sure this is saved. I'm going to export the time lapse. No, I did not mirror the figures in Blur. I just painted with the colors that I used with the figures. Just a couple of quick blobs down below. And then I used a smudge tool just to smudge them back and forth and up and down to get a similar effect to if you had done it traditionally with a big brush. And I also lowered the opacity just a little bit. You don't need to do much to get a convincing water reflection effect, thankfully. What would the background look like with a big fluffy cloud? I got a pretty open canvas in terms of what I can do with the sky. I'm gonna try one more quick sky, just to see. Any really nice sky references? Just kind of a lot of the standard stuff. I want it to feel really summery, so I might put like a big fluffy cloud. One of those really, really big ones. Yes, I am using Clip Studio Paint EX. Oh, if I get this. Build up a color that's not just pure white. Definitely don't want to do that. And then make my brush huge. There's just like, you know, one of those giant, like, super storm clouds or whatever. If I did that, I would have to change the sort of background, like, land mass. My favorite Zelda game? Breath of the Wild for sure. But before Breath of the Wild came out, it was Minish Cap for a long number of years. I think Minish Cap is pretty close to a perfect Zelda game. And the art direction and color direction in that game is second to none on the GBA. Wind Waker is an incredible game. I love that game to pieces. Yeah, Minish Cap is so cute. Now, what would this look like with a bit more dynamism? In the BG. It's like I can see it in my mind's eye, but I can't quite get a grapple. Something dark green. What do we got on this layer? Nope. There it is. Okay, so this layer here is the one I think we can really mess with. Just like we pulled the trees on one side. Be bold. Turn off color mixing, turn opacity all the way up. And color mixing back on. Push the saturation forward. Now, if I do it this way, I do have to change the dynamics of everything that comes forward. So For example, the tree on the island back here would no longer be in the correct value context, nor would the trees that I have right here in front of this area. But I think it does add a lot to the dynamic of it if I make that background darker. Just kind of a matter of going back and forth and finding that level. Not me saying I'm going to end a stream and then continuing to draw. I definitely do fiddle a lot more with a painting when working digitally. I just have more options. But I've tried to take a lot of the principles that I've learned from working traditionally in terms of knowing when to more or less walk away. Knowing that if a thing looks like what I intended it to look like in the first place, once it reaches that point, then it's okay to step away. And it doesn't mean I have to be done forever, but sometimes you can just sort of do more harm than good if you pick away at a thing needlessly. Gotta keep track of all these different layers that I have going now. So suddenly I'm confronted with, you know, additional changes to value because things are constantly... Every single choice is a domino. And if you understand that going in, you'll be okay because you'll understand that changing one thing might mean that you have to do a whole lot more work. So this shape over here, I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad it's bigger now because I want to retain that. But the value no longer works if I have this dark background. And I really like this dark background because the background now goes dark in the foreground, a nice bright watercolor, and then dark in the midground with the tree, and then light again, and then dark again, and then light again for the sky. And I really like that contrast because it keeps things very interesting and very leveled and layered. But that does mean that I'm going to have to make this guy over here a heck of a lot darker. So let's find some good colors and just absolutely blast it into oblivion. We can still follow the same structure. But it's going to get much darker. However, you always have to remember value contrasts are super pleasing to the eye of the viewer. So for instance, up here, I've got dark leaves. I want to leave light leaves at the top. High contrast, light leaves because there's dark leaves in front of them. I need to remember that down there. I have... a domino falling conundrum then. Because down here, I've also got dark shapes in front. So that means I'm going to have to take some light leaves and scatter the light down into this area in order to create an area of interest for those dark shapes play against. Doesn't have to be big or dramatic. In fact, it's better if it's not as a background element. Because I never want to take away too much from our characters in the middle. But I need to add a little bit of light in here so that the dark pops. Hey, JC, how's it going? Thank you. A thing that I've noticed more and more lately when studying Ghibli backgrounds is the amount of hashing. It's still subtle. They don't use it all the time. But there's a lot of background elements, especially far distant backgrounds, where a lot of it is implied just through some subtle hashing. And it's really great for determining light direction and kind of keeping that flow going throughout the entire picture. But it's really good also just for implying foliage and the movement and the rustle of leaves. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at currently. I think that might be a good place to leave it off, and then I'll just dab away at these millions and millions of little leaves on the mid-ground tree here. And I'll put in a couple more just little sparkles in the water just to help kind of sell that area. Make it pop. And I will say thank you so much for joining me once again for another digital drawing day. Had a blast. Hey, Jenga, how's it going? Thank you. So we'll pop that one up on the old Twitter. Oh, my bore bones. Can't wait to take a nice big stretch after this. I'll be back tomorrow. Come through and join me. I'll be doing gouache painting tomorrow. Probably in the sketchbook. We'll see. And then Thursday after that, Copic Thursday, the madness continues. So I will see y'all then. Stay well. Don't do anything I wouldn't do unless it seemed cool, and then do that. I'll see y'all on the Discord in like 3 minutes. What am I even saying? We're not parting ways right now. Exclamation Discord in the chat if you'd like to join the Discord. Come hang out with us. Yeah. Hell yeah. See you tomorrow.